Well, I won't be able to call her my running mate, but whatever it is.
Great Ife, Africa's most beautiful campus. Conscious, vigilant, progressive, a luther against all oppression. Forward ever, backward never, for learning and culture, sports and struggle. Great effect, back. I love you. The only one great effect in the universe. Another great effect is a counterfeit. Great.
Thank you, beautiful sister, for saving my blushes. We thank everyone.
Thank you very much, Sunday Awunuga Esquire. Well, you fell my hand. I was very certain you were going to know this song. We thank you very much, sir, for doing us that honor, but particularly Dr. Odushote, we thank you, ma'am, for leading us in that anthem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it is an honor to be here in the midst of very learned people. And according to the president of this association, this group of men and women are indeed members of the class of distinction. So I was telling a friend of mine who was on the table there with me that, Rosie, I must be very careful how I speak and what I say, because if it is indeed a class of distinction, it's only the best that is good for you. And therefore, I think you're worth celebrating. Can you please put your hands together for yourselves? And with that, to formally welcome each and every one of us to this event this afternoon is a man that I like to just tell you very, very little about him. You know him much more than I do. But you know, the beauty of it is that this man, his write-ups are so in-depth and quite analytical that you wonder, is he a lecturer? But the truth be told, he belongs to the class of distinction, and that is the president of this great association. Please, can you welcome with me this man who gave John Kayode Fayemi a chunk of his heart in a write-up a few weeks ago in an article titled "The End of an Era." And I really also remember his write-up on the Muslim ticket, the dilemma of an aspirant, a legal consultant who has traversed Nigeria and beyond. Please welcome Caleb Sunday Arogundade Esquire for his welcome address. I think he deserves a better round of applause.
It happened that a man died. And during the course of the funeral ceremonies, members of the family were seated at the front in the church. And when the pastor wanted to start his administration, and sermons or whatever, so the pastor started showering so much encomiums on the man in the casket. And it was so, just like it's raining outside now, the encomiums just started pouring. And the wife was seated, and the wife was asking the children that we may have to open that casket to be sure that it is your dad that is in that casket, because all these things that they are saying, I cannot see those attributes, in your dad, that maybe they should open the casket for us to see. So when the beautiful woman was telling us something about Caleb Sunday Arogundade, I was actually looking around, that who exactly is she talking about? But we give God all the glory. Distinguished members of the University of Ife Law Class of 1987 Association, that is unarguably the class of distinction. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, please just permit me to say that I observe all due protocols. But it affords me a great pleasure to have the privilege of standing before you all today on the occasion of our 35 years post-graduation reunion. Between 1987 and now, a lot of water had passed under the bridge. But we thank God for his faithfulness, even where and when we have been unfaithful. So all glory and adoration to him for giving us the privilege to remain standing despite all odds. About 5 years ago, we held our first reunion after leaving the university, and the experience remains indelible in our memories till today. So we thank God for counting us among the living to witness this day. Today, not necessarily being a speech-making day per se, I am conscious of the need to refrain from boring us with long speeches, leading with our own Lord Dennis grammatical staccato. Nevertheless, there is the need to mention the fact that our class has evidently and indisputably been that of a distance. In the past 5 years, our class has produced bill. We have 10, not 9, 10 judges of the High Court, one of whom retired this year after many years of meritorious service. That's in the person of our Vice President, Honorable Justice Olajumake Aiki, who is retired, but unfortunately is unable to be here with us today. This great class has also produced a deputy governor who unfortunately is late. An attorney general who served especially 2 terms in the Ekiti State. We have also produced a university vice chancellor whose impressive performance remains reference point, and that's Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbon San. He promised to join us at this occasion. So we can showcase our 9 senior advocates of Nigeria, 6 professors, some of whom have served or are stars, include directors in the Nigerian Law School, executive director of a bank, legal advisors of companies, legislators, and notable political leaders, a revered KBAC, captains of industries, entrepreneurs, spiritual leaders, and Islamic clerics, and so on and so forth. So we can only thank God for hitherto he has helped us. Since the coming together of the association on 3rd August 2015, we have records of achievements ranging from supporting members in need and giving back to the society. Not only the society, but even the Unife law faculty, we've had to provide them with computers in the past, and even the online subscription this class has been paying, for some years, and the payment on each occasion runs into millions of naira. And even for this year, 2022, the class also paid for the university. So this association serves as a forum for constant interaction and pillar of support for all of us. So we have done well so far, but there is still room for improvement. So I implore all of us to get involved and participate actively. Participate actively, not passively, as some of us are doing now in the association's activities. So we'll grow in leaps and bounds and achieve the aims and objectives of this association when we all play our part. I want to seize this opportunity to thank every member of the executive committee, that is the EXCO, of our association for their selfless services at all times, most especially at very short notices. I'm happy to work with such outstanding performers. And while thanking what you have done so far, I should be Oliver twisting by asking for more. I want to appreciate the efforts of the Reunion Planning Committee, led by our able Public Relations Officer, Mr. Sonia Wonuga, as the chairman. And we cannot thank you all enough for putting together the epoch-making event, which memory shall remain with us for the rest of our lives. I want to specifically thank Professor Merino for agreeing to be part of our milestone celebration. I can put on the heart of a prophet and tell you to prepare for induction as a honorary member of the class of a distinction in the nearest future. We very much appreciate you. Semi-finally, in the honor of presenting some of our members with some awards as the program progresses. I want to say that the award has been structured in such a way that we just selected some of us who have recorded some firsts. Those who have recorded some firsts in their various areas of human endeavors. And it is not closed. It is not by any means exhaustive. And just like we said last year, when we were honoring 4 of our members, Honorable Justice Ade Bengbe, JCA, when he was elevated to the Court of Appeal, Professor Debo Olagunju as a professor and at the same time the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Lagos State University. And we also had Mr. Robert Mupero, who was also elevated to the revered post of a senior advocate of Nigeria. So we did say then that as time goes on, these recognition and awards, will be continuing. And I pray that by the time that we'll be having our 40th anniversary, by the grace of God, if Jesus tarries in his second advent, we'll have that cause to have more awards and celebrate more. Now, finally, I want to thank every one of us for availing us, your funds, to organize this rendezvous, most especially those who exceeded the benchmark that we set for every member with Megabox, just to ensure that this event does not suffer from any financial kwashiorkor. I wish us all a nice time together as we reunite. God bless us all. Amen.
I think we can do better than that. Can we please applaud him some more? I said a lot about him at the beginning, but you know, I was just nudging my friend on the side. I said, yeah, has he disappointed in any way? He has just, by that speech, shown the stock that he's made of. Please, can we applaud once again the president, Caleb Arogunade Esquire. Thank you very much, sir. It will be very apt to say, my lords, spiritual and temporal, and indeed distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on at this ceremony this afternoon, because we want to have a lot of time to network, to reconnect, and of course, share some of those moments and bring them back to our memory that went down while we were at school. Therefore, we're going to be very brisk and move on straight to the award presentation. We will be breaking the first set of awards into two parts. The first 8, and thereafter, we take some of those reminiscences that actually the president was talking about. Therefore, I'd like to say that we'll go straight to the first set of awards this afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the first award recipient is Professor Babafemi Odunsi. Is Professor here? Okay, before we go further, I'd like to just take a very short break and invite to please join this designated high table another justice. Please, can you welcome with a round of applause Honorable Justice Akintola and his wife, Professor Mrs. Akintola, as they come to the high table. Can we please applaud them? Can we put our hands together for Honorable Justice Akintola and Professor Mrs. Akintola? We thank you very much. I think we can applaud them some more. We thank you very much, ma'am. We thank you, sir, for being here. Okay, we will just hold on with the awards. Can I have the second microphone very quickly, please? Can you power the second microphone? Please power the second microphone. My lords, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing forward the reminiscences. So many happened while you were at school. So for some of us that were not there, we would like to share those very, very unique and outstanding moments with you. So we're doing it this way. The first 4, 2 males, 2 females. Do I have the pleasure of just speaking, or would it please signify by the raise of a hand? Please, can you signify by the raise of your hand, or do I just take the pleasure of asking someone to take us down memory lane? Oh, okay, yes. Can we have the microphone? Please, can we applaud him for belling the card? Well, it's not a surprise. He's a risk manager. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad we are all here. It's good to celebrate these 35 years. But looking back, I can see some of us have not put on so much weight. Somebody saw me yesterday and said, "You are still like this." And I think I'm not the only one. I think Tunde Fabian Louis still also just like he has always been. But for no, wait now. the thing is that for somebody like Tunde, some of you may not even recognize him because you are pointing to your tummy. Yeah, but you know, when we look back at how far we've come, we really have so much to celebrate. And so it's really a pleasure having Honorable Justice Ladin Akintola here with us. You know, when you have lecturers who were close to you, and then, of course, when we were on campus, I think I couldn't record there was a case of sexual harassment. So there was none. But the fact that it so happened that his wife happened to be one of us also showed that, you know, that as Milord was teaching us, he was also on the lookout. And don't be deceived by the fact that he wears glasses. He sees well. You know, and truly speaking, it is not just that we have a class of those who are cerebral. We also have a class of those who are beautiful to behold. And there are some of them, if not for the fact that by the time they came to campus, they already had the prefix of being Mrs. Some will have made attempts to say, sis, you look good. And in saying that, one of the things that I can say to you clearly is that there are some people today that they are professors. If you have taken a bet in 1987, you would not have thought they would be professor. And Professor Akintola is one of them. Am I right, man? I do not think in 1987, if anybody had bet that you'd be a prof. I do not think so, you know, and so thank God. And of course, Professor Mrs. Aderi is there, you know, although she was extremely bookish, and I didn't say extremely bookish. Now, you will not be surprised. How many people remember how slim Kemsan was on campus? How many of you remember how slim she was? How slim? So see her now, you can imagine. And of course, I'm not surprised that Tunde Fabian is sitting where Alali is. Alali, well, not surprised, coming from the household of a professor, a former VC of UI. Alali will possibly have to cover the same book that the lecturer has. And once you start once we resume the new session, if you remember those days, I mean, Nara was still very good, so exchange rate was good. So it was always Sweet and Maxwell. So they will give you the reading list, and if from thought and jurisprudence, all the reading list, and you will see Alali pack everything like this, and say, I have this, you know, I bought it when I traveled. I wanted to make sure, and she was not just carrying the thing, and she was reading. So it's not surprising that Alali has a PhD in the kitty and another one in the offing. You know, and as I say this, let me say we want to especially thank all those who came from the diaspora, our president. At least if anybody has a doubt that our association is an international association, we will tell them that our president is abroad. If you have a doubt, you know, and our welfare officer is in the US, what better criteria to become an international association? And our very loving sister, if you need anybody to interpret what we are doing this afternoon to Yoruba for you, is none other than Kemi. She's the one that goes on our platform and greets everybody in the Yoruba language. So if you don't know the meaning of what she has said, well, good luck to you. So she flew in from Uganda. Where she serves as Deputy Country Representative of the UN Women. So in case, you know, I think we are not clapping because of the exchange rate. Exchanges of clapping has not gone up. You can clap as much as you want. So I welcome all of us to a good afternoon today and this reunion. But one of the things that, you know, very striking is that these professors in our class, I was looking at it. Femi Odusi has done so much about reproductive health. And the Professor Akintola has gone into bioethics and whatever. I said, look, what are they all looking for? What are they looking for in this area? I hope you are not going to be telling us to go for more children. No, you sometimes you show out to income. I said, which one is I want? You know, that I thank God, you know, thank God my wife was not around. Because that could have become a problem. That maybe this man knows you well. He's now asking for our. So, gentlemen, it's good for us to be here. And as we look back to the past, we know that God has been good. But shall we just rise as we remember our departed colleagues and observe a minute silence? You will see their list in our program. A number of them have left us, but we remember them. May their souls continue to rest in peace. Enjoy the afternoon.
Can we please applaud him once again? If anyone is in doubt about this class being the class of distinction, I'm sure with a few words from this gentleman who's a risk manager, so many things. Can I just tell you a little bit? He's also a trainer of financial houses, banks on, guess what? Debt recovery. So you can't owe him. And I'm sure you can't owe this association. Once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for him? Sir, I'd crave your indulgence to please step forward for your own reminiscences. You will just raise your hand now, sir. Can we applaud him as he comes forward? And the next two will be women. So please, the women shall get ready. Thank you.
This set belongs to the set of Great Ife, not to OAU. I believe you can still remember that. If this set belongs to the set of Great Ife and not that of OAU, can you now respond now? Great Ife! Great Ife! Great, great, great. The most articulate university in the whole of Africa. Great! Some of you might have forgotten Aluta, but it remains with us. It can't go away. It's a pity, my friend. God has called him. He's not here with us today. Popularly known by us as Shadow. You are very much aware. He was with me like we are same twins in our student union politics. My Lord Justice Adegbengbe was one of my foot soldiers when I was contesting for the presidency of the student union. The same thing with my friend Emeyese. You always follow us anywhere we are to campaign. And when I'm not, as president of student union, I belong to about 23 committees in the university. Most of them, I don't have time for lectures. I don't have time to go for tutorial. I will recall Yemi, now Mrs. Yemi Ajayi, not my own Ajayi. He will ask me, Mr. President, you are not in tutorial, you are not in the class. How do you manage yourself now? How do you manage yourself to pass this exam? And we say, okay, come. This is what we learned in the tutorial today. This is my note. He has a very good handwriting. So, and I will try my best. I will try my best, and that's why when most of you made 2-1, we didn't have first class in our set, 2-1, 2-2. I managed that with a class. But I thank God I didn't repeat any class, despite my busy schedule as president of the student union. I want to thank God that in our 4 years in university, that and you will see whatever you want to become in future is determined from when you are in the school. I still remain in politics. I've served my state twice as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, and I still move higher. And most of our friends today that are professors, when you see them in those days, they are the bookish type. They are always with their books while we are running around with politics. And look out of our SAN. Ahmed Raji was always with me. He lived with me when we were in Part 3, and I was president of the student union. Whoever confessed into that room sleeps on the bed. Who come next will sleep anywhere. And you will see that Raji was always with the book. When we have both among trial, he wants to be leading it, this and that. The same thing with Tunde. If I go look to, yes, my friend, and they agree with. You will all see them. They are products of what they started in our class in those days. Then, Bemi Sola, I will still call you that your name, Bemi. You have now become anything, you have become this, you have become that. But you are still Bemi. You all know how bookish she was in the school. She likes those of us that are doing politics, but she won't associate with us. Not because she hates us, but she always wants to be with her books. Mrs. Akitola then, contrary to what Adegbite said here, I knew her very well when we were in the university. He's always reading. Always reading. So how do you determine the future of somebody that is not like us when we were in the university, when we were playing politics all about? This one will not associate with us because we will disturb her from her books. So, ditto for whatever you might have become today, it took off from that our class, from that our set. We should not also forget our lecturers. Professor Didino, I think is not to Africa. Yes, very good man. Professor Adedapo Obe. Ebidapo Obe. He did one wonderful thing for me. When I was suspended as president of the student union, and he took the grace of God and Shifalao Akabashoro and Femifan to get me back. So when evidence was to come off Tuesday, that week, and I was called back on Monday, he then called me, Mr. President, how do you intend to pass your exams? He's just pity me. Say, how do you want to do it? You have been suspended, you have been running up and down for you to get clearance. He said, okay, this is off record, but I will say it. Get these 5 questions. Go and study these 5 questions. I could not be reading the evidence because the time was too short. I didn't know, I was not in class. I was running around. I said, okay, go and read these 5 questions. And I just concentrated on those areas. And the 5 questions came out. When I got to the exam hall and I saw the 5 questions, I was destabilized. What was coming down from my system? What was going on? I could not control it. So I just managed to pass that paper. So these are the canned lecturers. These are the canned lecturers we had there. And during our time, this issue of lecturers, women relationship, I've never had it in our time. I don't believe it happens. Carrying papers, you talk answer and did that things we hear today. I've never had anybody saying that. I've never had anybody doing it during our side, during our time. So all these dirty things that happens in the university today, nobody has ever thought of it. Talk less of doing it. I cannot aware where anybody does it during our time. So all the dirty things we hear nowadays, we don't do it. It didn't occur to us that we should do it because it's never happened. And that is why all of you are great men and women today. You are all great men and women today because you are products of hard work, labor, sincerity, commitment to whatever you do from the university. I can continue because I can't do that because we are here for so many other business. But let me use this opportunity to commend the people who put industry, time, and resources into putting us together. I was talking to Caleb. I said, and you and your committee, I woke up this morning to call him and thank him particularly. I said, you and your committee, you have done wonderful. You have come right here from UK for this purpose. Some of you from other countries of the world. Please help me clap for them. Because when somebody does what I cannot do, I appreciate the person more. I don't think I have time to do this now, what they are doing. So we should really thank them. We should really commend them. And the only thing we can do is to be attending this program. If these people can put their resources, can put their time together to assemble us together, for us to see our faces once again, I think we should commend them. The least we can give them is to thank them. Yesterday, when we were at the dinner, I started seeing my friends, boys and girls in Great Ife. They are now big women. They are now fantastic people. We are now grandfathers, great grandfathers, because our children are married, and they are also producing children. So I want to thank everyone for coming here. and we should encourage others to attend program. You want to raise us, bro. Your child is about 27 years old, and a 27 years old can get married and have children now. Am I correct? And he wants to. My JCA wants to be saying, but that is the truth. And I will thank God everything that God has done for us. And I want to appreciate every one of you. And I want to say, let us be helping ourselves. Let us exchange addresses. Let us exchange our numbers. Wherever it is possible within the law, let us do it for ourselves. It is well with you. Kabesi, you are welcome. Kabesi, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. Please, can we rise and welcome the Elerunwon of Erunwon, Kabiyesi, His Royal Majesty, Oba Adebayo Johnson Okunbena. Kabiyesi o. Kabiyesi. Kabiyesi is quite excited seeing all these faces after such a long time. Thank you. Kabiyesi, long may you reign. We thank you. Please, can we all be seated? We thank you very much. Kabiyesi, His Royal Majesty, Oba Adebayo Johnson Okunbena. We thank you very much, Kabiyesi, and we welcome you to this very, very auspicious occasion. At this time, we're still taking reminiscences, and the next person is Adele Professor Mrs. Akintola. Can we put our hands together for her?
Thank you very much. My talk about the class would be in a different way, because for those who would recall, this was not my original set. And so when Tunde said, years ago, would you have thought that you were a professor? For those that knew me would know that it was very deep. I was probably 3-4 years ahead of this set. And I had, on flick back, I wouldn't say challenges, but stuff happened, life happened, and I researched 2 classes. So it has helped me in my chosen profession to understand that challenges do not make a man, and it does not unmake a man either. It doesn't determine who you are either. I remember of all my classmates at this level, I remember Tunde very clearly. And of course, Bemi, Jumi. Maybe because of the traumatic time I had during that time, I do not remember a number of my classmates. So if for some reason or the other, I do not remember you, please do not take it to heart. It's probably the way my mind blocked out the traumatic experiences of those years. The few that I remember, I have asked after them, Kofo, Adegbaibi, because we lived in quarters and close to each other. Shade Kazim, no one seemed to have heard from her. So please do not take it against me. As for reading all the time, if you had the experience that I had, you would read all the time. And maybe now it's made it very easy for me as a teacher and as a lecturer to read. My PhD students wonder that you say something and I'm able to coin out the search terms and the reasons for inclusivity in research and get it. And I always smile that if only to God you know how deep my foundation is in reading, you will not you will not be amazed. I want to take us back to our lecturers. Who can remember who taught us the law of thoughts? Male or female? What did female teach us? And evidence. She taught evidence as well. Am I wrong? She taught evidence. We are beginning to forget. Who remembers Dr. Iluyomade? She taught. What about Professor Emiola? And admin law. That was his niche. Admin and labor law. I wonder how nobody has talked about the great Kwashi. I sat down there and I was wondering that how could anybody have forgotten Buko Kwashi? And I am surprised that some of these lecturers, whether good or bad, we should invite them. We should invite them. Say anything. Dr. Kwashi's, now that I am a teacher, Dr. Kwashi's stance of teaching criminal law is unique. It's very unique. For anyone who goes out of this country, you will understand the theory of law with which he taught criminal law. I tried to search him out on the Facebook. The last I saw of him, I think he was at a private university in Ghana. But I tried to fish out that private university. I couldn't get it. So I think we should seek them out. Who remembers our teacher that became the Minister of Petroleum? The handsome Ibe Kachuku. Well, maybe it wasn't this set. I've been through too many. He taught me then contract at one of the levels. And I don't know whether you remembered him. He was the guy that came in the flaming blue Mercedes-Benz from the US, who was always in a suit and a bow tie. He taught law of contracts, and I couldn't remember what he taught the senior classes. He taught final year 2. Company law. Let's jog our memories. For those of us who said we were reading, let's jog our memories and remember this. These are reminiscences. Who remembers Kaiser Bands? Exactly, KD Bands. Who remembers Dr. Adinkra? He didn't stay very long. I don't know whether he had issues with accommodation or something. He didn't stay very long. As for our classmates, I'm looking forward to seeing Kofo. Anyone who remembers Kofo, that Kofo was always well put together. And for some of us, when I remember some of us, I try to picture what we were then and what we are now. Most of us have not changed. We've only ripened. We've only matured. We've done better. It was a class I couldn't remember whether there was a fight. Now that I teach, I look back at the, well, I don't want to call them children, at the young adults that I teach, and I try to transfer they are having now. It's a bit far, and I think it imposes a duty on us all to bridge that gap. I have not been to Ife much. The last time I was in Ife was as an external examiner, and I wasn't really too happy. So we have a duty to bridge that gap. I remember criminal law was always at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Why he ever chose that time, for the life of me, I can never remember. But it was always at the humanities block. And it would be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And you will find Kwashi alert and jumping at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So each time I'm giving lectures and it is beyond 1 o'clock and I am fighting my timetable coordinator for the department, what are you going to give me a class about 1 o'clock? Something always tells me that someone taught you 3 to 5 on Wednesdays for God knows how long. What I'm trying to say is that we have a duty to bridge that gap. They may be using computers now. They may be having air-conditioned classes now. However, the richness of the education that we had is going. It is going. We have a duty, not only as a class, but as members of this noble profession, to ensure that we leave a baton that will not be broken, but will be passed on. So my message to us, my dear classmates, my dear friends, my dear brothers and sisters, over the years, that we should pass and leave behind a flaming torch. Thank you.
Can we please applaud Professor Mrs. Akintola once again? You know, the journalist in me, my antenna was up when she started that last bit of her reminiscences, because it was not much of that, but a clarion call. And I think, indeed, this association is going higher. The next port of call will be Great Ife to have this done. Please can we applaud Professor Mrs. Akintola once again. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, at this point in time, we will be taking the awards now. And we will start from the top. Not that one is more important than the other, but when I'm talking about the top, I am actually talking about the president of this association. The first award to be presented, and I'll crave the indulgence of my Lord, the Honorable Justice Olabode Adegbengbe, to please do us the honor of presenting this award to none other than Caleb Sunday Arogundade Esquire. Can we applaud him?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to speak in English language. I am going to speak in Pidgin language. Then talk to me, I'll give you this thing, okay? Your mate for school. Now then prepare and say, make them give the thing to you for exemplary leadership as pioneer and incumbent president of this association. The talk to me, I'll greet you. Congratulations.
Wow. Can we applaud him? Going back to school to do it the way they do it on campus. Thank you very much, sir. We're very, very grateful for the done by presenting that award to Caleb Sunday Arogundade Esquire. And the second award will be going to royalty in our midst. And the award recipient, Royal Master Adebayo Johnson Ubena, the Leron of Eron. And to present that award, I'd like to respectfully invite Justice Akintola towards the owner, his lecturer. Can we please applaud Kabiesi? Kabiesi. Kabiesi. Let us rise and give Kabiesi the honor due, royalty in our midst.
I have the honor and privilege to have been called upon to present this token as a token of recognition of your royalties contribution, not only to this association, I recall Kabiesi about Kubera in those days. Should I tell them? Did you know that Kabiesi used to serve us food at a canteen? He was very good in the kitchen in those days. He's a very outstanding and hardworking student. Very, very. You would wonder how he was able to cope. He was like a self-sponsoring student at that time. Little wonder he has come this far. God will continue to embrace you. You will live very long.
Kabiesi. Can we applaud Kabiesi once again? Yes, indeed, a class of distinction. And that's why royalty is also in your midst. The next award will be presented by Dr. Wale Olawonyi, and it will be going to none other than Honorable Justice Olabode Adegbenbe. Can we please applaud the Lord as he steps forward to receive this award from Dr. Wale Olawonyi.
Good afternoon, everybody. My Lord Justice Bode, I will return the favor of also presenting to you in Pidgin. Our people, where we go school over 35 years ago, then say, if you like say you don't do well, you don't they do well for this your adagio job. And now only today here, if we talk to you anyhow, if we talk to you anyhow, but then say you don't do well, say as the first judge, first adagio from this class of distinction, they say make I give you this award to Ogabode. Congratulations.
Can we applaud him once again? Congratulations. Now, I want a brother to give a brother the next award. They're actually in the same chambers, and it's person that no person that kill person. So we want it to be that at this point in time. Please welcome Ni Adegbomire, SAN, to present the next award to none other than the first senior advocate of Nigeria in this class of distinction, John Babatunde Bagon, SAN. So use your hand to do yourself. That's what I have said you should do now. Can we please applaud them?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. pleasure. But I would like to say that when John B. and I were in school, we were not friends. But we were also not enemies. But in the last 30 years, we have been sharing money together. And sharing good money. So it is my pleasure on behalf of the class of 1987 to present this award to you, Mr. Babatunde Fakbondo, as the first senior advocate of Nigeria from this class of distinction. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And the next award, I'd like to invite the president, Caleb Sunday Arugundade Esquire, to do us the honor of presenting this award. You know, I had been calling, and I was waiting. Where is the affirmative action for women in this award presentation? And therefore, the first woman to be presented an award this afternoon is none other than Professor Simisola O. Akintola. I thought her applause will be more than that.
Once again, good afternoon, members of this class of distinction. It's already proven. Or is it not? Yeah, it has. Professor Mrs. Akintola has already read her citation before the presentation. So I don't have to say much, you know, again, because during the course of contributing to that aspect of reminiscences, he has already said what I could have said now. So that has made my job very much easiest. I will even say easier. So on behalf of this class of distinction, I have that greatest honor to present this award to Professor Mrs. Simisola Oluwatoyin Akintola as first female dean of a faculty from this class of distinction. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Can we applaud her once again? Congratulations, ma'am. And the next award will be presented by a man that wowed all of the economic stakeholders a few weeks back by his presentation at the annual Ehigbeti Summit as put together by the Lagos State Government. I'm talking about none other than Tunde Adejuigbe, SAN. Please, sir, can you step forward so that you make the next presentation? Where are you? Okay, I think he stepped out. Therefore, I'll call on Robert Enokbero to please make this next presentation. Can we applaud him, please? And he will be presenting to the first Attorney General from this class, Owosheni Ajayi Esquire.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy and feel privileged to be the one chosen to present this award to you. I think one of the things I really cannot forget about Owo is a song that we sang when he was campaigning for president. Owo tele o mo re o tele o mo. The song was so popular that it was everywhere. And before we knew it, these our classmates was elected as the president of the University of Ife Student Union. It was really quite a momentous occasion. So I really feel very privileged to present this award to you. I know I worked with you very closely as Attorney General of the Ekiti State when we were in Ekiti. Even though we had a bit of a challenge in Ado Ekiti during the gubernatorial election, we had to move to Japi in Abuja. So really, you are right. We are still owing you over 100 million. Do you want me to sue you? So on behalf of this class of distinction, I present to you this award in recognition of your status as the first Attorney General of this class. Please accept this award on behalf of the class.
Thank you very much, sir. And at this point in time, we will have the honor of inviting Dr. Mrs. Stella Adegbengbe to please step forward to present the next award. And that will be going to none other than the woman with the sonorous voice. She knows the anthem of this university like the back of her hand. Dr. Mrs. Bemisola Odushote. Can we applaud her?
On behalf of the Unife class of 87, the class of distinction, I present this award to you, ma'am, Dr. Mrs. Bemi Odushote, as co-first director law school from the class of distinction. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And the last for the set, before we go into the lecture, and I'd like to assure you that lunch will be served very, very shortly, but we must listen to this lecture. It's a must. Therefore, I'd like to invite to do us the honor of presenting this next award. He tried to escape the other time, but he's back in the hall. I'm talking about none other than Tunde Adejuibe, SAF. He will please step forward to present the next award to Mrs. Angelica Adekemi Indieli. Please, can we applaud as she steps forward?
I'm presenting this award, but I'd like to remind us, like we did to Sonny Emese yesterday. I think if there's anyone that was notable in Man O' War, Kevin is obviously the one. It's my privilege to present this award to you, Mrs. Kemi Indieli, as Deputy Country Representative and Head of Programs, UN Women Uganda Country Office from this class of distinction.
Can we applaud them once again? My Lord, spiritual and temporal, all courtesies duly extended, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to the lecture. And of course, that lecture, you might want to know what the lecture will be about when I tell you about the guest lecturer. She's a professor of psychology at the Augusta University, California. I guess I'm correct. And she is a county commissioner for behavioral health in California. She is the founder of African Mental Health Alliance and president JARS Group of Organizations. She's the author of very many books. She had a workshop in Lagos not too long ago, and the title of that workshop was From Trauma to Triumph. And indeed, it was a heart-blowing event for very many people. This woman, her story is very touching, compelling, and indeed an inspiration to very many. It was about her recurring dreams as a child, having lost her mother very early. This woman has turned out to be who she is today because she was able to rise up above those challenges, maybe because of the likes of Professor Mrs. Akintola. Today, this woman, our guest lecturer, is who she is because she stood against the tide of trauma. Please welcome the guest lecturer for today, Professor Akindotun Merino. Can we please applaud her until she gets here?
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Hello. I feel like I just graduated from Ife. Oh, wow. Well, thank you for inviting me today. KBSC is here. I actually get to meet a KBSC. Thank you for the sons in the House, Senior Advocates of Nigeria. I hope that you change legal systems with your structure. Thank you to all the professors, all the big names here and the little names and no names. We're all in this together. And I'm from Unilag, but I would like to be an Ife person in a minute. The one I used to love about Ife was that great Ife, yeah, great. So I'm glad to be here. Alani, where are you? That is my girl right there. We went to Queen's College together, so we've been knowing each other for 45 years. Well, yeah, you can clap for that. That's like a long time to be knowing somebody and still like them. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this opportunity. So I have a few minutes to spend with you. I thought I would have a PowerPoint, but I'm not sure. So am I able to get a PowerPoint or not? Okay, I'll just talk. I can get a PowerPoint? Can I send it to you? I don't have Wi-Fi. So while they're looking at that, I want to talk to you about a topic today called the trauma-informed legal system. I've been training different organizations for the past few years. In California, we have something known as mental health courts systems where people go, the young people actually are sent to that. The juveniles are sent to those particular courts, and they are looked at from the framework of a mental health system. We also train judges in a program called Crisis Intervention Training, CITs, and we train the police departments, the judges, It's not lawyers, they're not really ready yet, but a few people in the legal system so that they can be aware of how to respond to people who are not necessarily just breaking the law, but we need to fix the entire person. But today I want to talk to you not just about who you serve, but you yourself. So let's talk about what happens in our own organizations. So the first thing I want to talk about, am I going to get a PowerPoint or should I just continue? I should continue. All right. What do you say? Okay, can you give us 1 quick second, please? Here. We'll be right with you after this messages. All right, where is it? It's not coming up. Wait, let me see. Oh, what's up? It's okay. I'll just talk. It's okay because what's up? I don't have Wi-Fi, so you can't send it. Let me just talk. Oh. All right, thank you, everyone. I'm ready. Let's go. So we can't find the PowerPoint, so please just, let's just have a conversation. I would really appreciate if everybody can give me like 10 minutes of your time so that we can do this. All right. See me, I'm a professor. I can't talk when you're all talking. I'll just wait till everybody's quiet. That's how this is going. I can't. Hello. Thank you.
Great effect. Great effect. Great. Please, this lecture is just for about 10 to 15 minutes. And the prof has left a lot of things. And as a matter of fact, she still has to be somewhere this afternoon. But she just decided to give us the honor, to be here. So please, let's return that honor to her by just allowing her that 10 to 15 minutes for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I want to talk to you today about vicarious trauma. Vicarious trauma. It's also known as secondary trauma. Vicarious trauma is a trauma that happens because of the work that you do. We all know what trauma is. Trauma is anything that has come to shift you from your place of comfort, from your place of resources, something that has come to shock your system. But did you know that there are professional traumas? That is what happens because of the job and the professions that you do. And research shows that judges and lawyers actually fall into this category. Because you hear the stories, especially those who are dealing with traumas, of people's stories over and over and over again. So what happens is that this begins to impact you and impact us without us knowing. So vicarious or secondary trauma is also a thing that's happened in the legal practice, even though nobody ever acknowledges it because we don't know what it is. So I want to share with you today a little bit of what to look for and why this is important for you in your profession. So when you're engaging with clients or with other people in your offices who are already traumatized in their own ways, and you're with this day in and out, something begins to happen in the emotional and psychological realms of your life. And when this begins to happen, there's some symptoms that you're going to have to note, How many of you have seen someone who maybe they're constantly yelling? Don't raise your hand if it's you. You know, they're constantly on high. They're constantly like always angry about something, always upset about something. You know, they're always yelling about one thing or the other. And it seems like they always have a chip on their shoulders. Are you with me? That is trauma. Trauma is defined as an emotional response to something that has happened in your life that you had no control over. How many of you know that when you are engaged at work with a client or with an employee who is already traumatized, their trauma is going to come on you without you knowing? So the people you associate with, the people, your clients, those are all trauma cues for you. Now, I want to tell you the difference between three things, because we use them interchangeably, but they're not. The first is burnout. The second is compassion fatigue. And then the last one is this thing called vicarious trauma. So burnout is what most of us hear of. You know, you're burnt out, you're doing too many things. Burnout just simply means that you don't have enough capacity to finish what you have budgeted for yourself. So people can get burned out very easily. You're working 80 hours a week. You know, you're constantly inundated with all kinds of things. You get burned out. That is common in any profession. In any profession, it's common. The simple cure to burnout is to simplify your life. You know, simplify your life, make sure that you are not taking up more than you need to be taking on, because, you know, it's better. The scripture says that a dog who is alive is better than a lion who is dead. So you don't want to die, right? In any way. Now, compassion fatigue is people who work in compassion. You do, maybe you're in family law or criminal law. So those people also are having compassion on people. They're always helping people. Sometimes you just get burnt out from helping people. And some people are here, maybe you're pastors or imams or something, maybe you're a social worker or something like that. There are ways when you just say, I'm so tired, I cannot have one more person, I can't help one more person today. That's compassion fatigue. The cure for compassion fatigue simply is a vacation. You take a vacation and you do the three things, the three triangles, the triads. Number one is pleasure or desire. Number two is personal goals. And number three is meaning. So that's the triangle for wellness. It's pleasure, it's personal goal, and it is meaning. So pleasure is desire. Desire means something fun. You know, maybe you like going to the beach, maybe you like ice cream, maybe you like dancing, whatever it is, it's pleasure. It gives you pleasure. You should have that in your life. Number two is personal goal. How do you develop yourself? Learning to ride a bike, learning something, whatever it is, that's number two. And number three, which is where most people camp, is meaning. Most people spend 98 or 100% of their time in meaningful work. You're always seeking purpose. But if that's all you do, then you're out of order and you're out of sync. Your life is out of sync. You're going to get compassion fatigue. You're going to get burnt out, and you might even leak into vicarious trauma. Does this make sense? So making sure that you have those three things will help you with compassion fatigue. But the worst one is vicarious trauma, because vicarious trauma is systemic, vicarious trauma is cumulative, and vicarious trauma has long-term ramifications. So let's take a look at that. All right, so are you all with me? All right, great. All right, so who is at risk? Look at the person next to you, say you're at risk. And don't say, you don't have to say the, I reject that in Jesus' name. It's okay. You can reject it all you want. It doesn't make it not true. You know, knowledge is always important. Knowledge is always good. Now, some of the work hazards especially in your profession, I was doing the research on this. Well, look, I'm surrounded by lawyers in my house, but what I like to do is when I have to present at courts as a psychologist, to be able to talk to those judges. And I find out that sometimes this mental health thing, we take it for granted. A lot of people just don't understand it. They always think if you just do better, if you just kind of don't be lazy, get yourself up, that's not what it is. Trauma that happens in your childhood can really set you up for the rest of your life. Now, add your professional traumas to that. So let me give you some of the mental health vulnerabilities. High rates of pessimism. We find that in the legal profession. Are you all pessimistic? Well, the research shows you all are. I don't know, skepticism, that has to be part of the game, because you have to be skeptical of a lot of things to go back and look at it, right? I'm looking at the high table. You have to be skeptical, don't you? Yeah, you do have to be. Perfectionism. Perfectionism is a trait that is actually admired, but did you know that it's a trauma response? Perfectionism is a way to protect yourself, because you can't trust everybody else. So you need to make sure everything is perfect so that you are not surprised. Does that make sense? So it's a coping mechanism. And then we have low levels of trust issues. Work, and then it says work conditions include unreasonably high workloads. Who can say yes to that? So all of this is that seems almost like characteristics of, they're all actually trauma responses. And so you're working and you're at such a pace that it is unreasonable to expect you to be normal. And I'm not being flippant. It's true. You're such at a high level, at a high pace of functioning in different areas of your life that is very difficult for most of you to calm down. And the body was not built to work at such level of output. Does that make sense? The body is not meant to work that way. So do you know what happened when you're operating at that 150%? What then happens is your body becomes the unconscious mind. Your body bears the brunt of it. So you start getting things like somatic responses, headaches, my back hurts, my stomach hurts. You start having all kinds of somatic responses. The other thing that could happen is when your body bears the brunt is you block out a lot of things. When you say, oh, I can't remember, I don't remember. I find yourself saying, I don't remember something. That is a coping mechanism. Your brain is saying you're in overload, so I'm going to block a whole bunch of things out so you can function. Is this making sense? Some of the other things that happen when you're operating at such a high alert rate is that your relationships will suffer, because now you're going to have what we call transactional relationships. You know, attorneys should know that, right? Transactional. Transactional means, what do you bring into the table? You know, you bring this and I bring that. That's all that you can handle. But you miss the meat of relationship, which is what? Intimacy. Into me you see. Intimacy. So it is difficult for you to have intimacy with anybody open. That means, you know, naked and unashamed, because you can't get to it. So you might find that you're living one relationship to the other, or you might have a relationship, but you're going to make it a platonic or transactional relationship that doesn't go further than that. But did you know that's not how God made us? He made us to have intimacy. He made us to have relationships that are so much more rooted in other areas than transactions. Another thing you want to pay attention to when you are in the throes of how is my time? We have 5 minutes left. Another thing you want to pay attention to, let me just read this out for you, cognitively. When you begin to minimize the vicarious trauma and you say, oh, that's not a big deal. No, I can handle that. Then you know there's a problem. Are you with me? When you have trouble concentrating, you have to read something 20 times. You can't really focus. Then there's a problem. If you have racing thoughts, you're constantly thinking of 20 million things. Your brain never rests. That's cognitive symptoms. When you're losing interest in all the things you used to enjoy before, that's a cognitive symptom. How about emotional symptoms? Emotional symptoms, this whole idea of numbness. How many people can, you don't have to raise your hand. When you say, I'm just numb. I don't feel anything. Like I don't feel joy. I don't feel happy. I don't feel anything. I'm just numb. You're numb to your emotions. That's not a good place to be, right? If you're oversensitive, if anybody says anything to you, you just feel like, you know, oh my God, they're talking about me. No, they're talking about me. No, they're not talking about you. In fact, the truth about life is people are really selfish. They only think about themselves. They're not really thinking about you. Anxiety. If you can't sleep and you're really anxious, you have heart palpitations. You're always feeling as if something is happening to you. You're having a heart attack. It's probably a panic attack and not a heart attack. If you are depressed, you know what depression feels like? Depression is not sadness. It's more than sadness. Depression is when you don't want to get out of bed. Depression is when you sleep too much. Depression is when you feel this level of walking in dark places. And people do this every day. Social symptoms. When you feel alone, even in a crowd, you might be in a crowd like this, but you feel quite alone. When you feel irritable, you're constantly irritated. Your intolerance, you can't tolerate anybody who's not going in your own direction. Is this making sense? Parenting styles. When you are either overparenting, you know what overparenting means? Overparenting means that you are trying to make sure your children don't experience what you experience, so you overprotect and underperform or overperform. That is part of the symptoms. Now, what do you do about this? Because I'm not going to tell you all of this and then leave you and then go. Right? So because I only have a few minutes, let me just tell you a few things that you could do. All right. First of all, if you have some of those major issues like depression and anxiety, the first thing you want to do is learn how to breathe. Trauma is a brain disease. Trauma basically means that your brain is over regulated. Your brain has literally been hijacked. So let me just say this quickly. So this part of your brain, this is your executive functioning brain. This is your prefrontal, your neocortex, right? But the back brain right here, this is our reptilian brain, the same brain we have in common with reptiles. So when you see a lizard, that same brain is this brain. But what does the lizard do when you see it? It runs away. It's always trying to hide and survive. So that brain right here is the oldest brain we have. It's called our survival brain. In the middle of it is the other brain. There's three parts of this brain. This middle of it is this brain which has the limbic system. In that limbic system is our emotional brain. You understand? I'm getting somewhere with this. Anytime you're traumatized, well, let me finish it. This front brain right here is where all the good stuff happens. This brain right here, your neocortex, is where your prefrontal cortex is. And that brain is where all the good things happen, is where forgiveness happens. Compassion is there. Empathy is there. This is where learning takes place. This is where but once you are in the throes of trauma, guess what happens? You get stuck in this brain right here, in the survival brain. You only make decisions in two parts of your brain, either in the front brain or in the back brain. So when you're in the survivor mode, the emotional brain colludes with the survival brain, and that's where you stay. So you start doing things to protect yourself. People are maybe having progress and moving forward, and you're like, I can't do much. Why? Because you're in your survival brain. You're just trying to survive. And once you're trying to survive, your brain says something is wrong here. So we're going to help bring oxygen to the brain. So the brain is going to do the work for you. Step you need to do is to tell the brain, look, I am in charge here. So I'm going to learn to breathe. A lot of us think we know how to breathe, but we don't breathe properly. So let me show you a way to breathe. All right. So we're going to do the 5, 6, 8. You're going to breathe in through your nostrils for 5 seconds. You're going to hold it for 6 seconds. You're not going to die, don't worry. And then you're going to exhale through your mouth like you're blowing into a balloon, like for 8 seconds. The power is in the exhaling. Make sure it's slow and steady. Are you ready? Come on, are you ready? Ife people, okay, yeah, okay. Come on, are you ready? Okay, come on. All right, so part of this is another thing. Okay, let's do this one first. If you can get up, please. Can you all rise? Come on, shake it, rise, shake it. There you go. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is breathe. And so we're going to, just watch me for the first one. You're going to breathe in for 5 seconds. So you count 5 in your mind. Don't count it out in your mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The power is in the exhaling. You can close your eyes if it makes more powerful. We're going to do this 3 times. Are you ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let me know when you're ready, when you're done. When you're done, you can sit down. Are you done? Okay. All right. How did that feel? Did it feel good? Throw out some adjectives here. How did some words? How did it feel? Great, good, relaxing. All right, excellent. Oh, okay. Before one more thing before you sit down. This is good. This is good. Good is good. This is good. All right. Look, one of the things that you need to do is movement. And I'm going to need some sound in a minute. Can we all just rise? Do this. Look, don't ever get old. Never get old. Okay? Keep your youth. And look, I'm 55 years old. And my oldest is 32. But look, I tell them they're getting older and I'm getting younger. All right. So don't say you're tired. Let's stand up. And you're going to move your body. You're going to move your body. The reason being that when you move your body, you are releasing a lot of good hormones like dopamine, like serotonin, you know. So all of these things we want to do. So you have to move your body every day. You have to move for 30 minutes, minimally 30 minutes for at least 4 to 5 times a day. And this is not just walking to the store. It's not just about strolling, because like, you know, the Nigerian walk, right? This is the Nigerian walk. That's not the walk I'm talking about. I'm talking about brisk walking. You know, like this. This is what I'm talking about for 30 minutes or for 45 minutes. So for this, for like 2 minutes here, we're just going to move our bodies. You can sit down. You're going to. All right, come on, guys. You're not moving. You got to move it. Shake. Look at the person next to you. Say, shake your body. All right, come here, please. Come here, this come here. I like you. Clap for yourself. You may be seated. I just want to leave you with this. It don't do. It don't do. All right. So I just want to leave the rest of this with you. Protect and treat. Protect yourselves by treating yourselves well. Separate yourself from anything that has come to shift you from the source of your being. If you are listening to horror stories every day, you cannot stay in that. You need protective factors. Number one protective factor is a support system. If you should have, and the number is 6, there should be at least 3 professional intimacy and 3 personal intimacy. So there should be at least 6 people that surround you that you can be open with in your life. Not one person, because you're going to stifle the one person. The minimum is 6. You should have at least 6 people in your life that you can count on, and you can go talk to them without feeling ashamed. The other thing is get enough rest. Food is medicine. This is not the time to be eating anything we want, because you want to protect yourself. Protect and treat. So which means that I'm only going to eat the foods that will protect and heal my body. So the more greens you have, the more things. There's a diet here called the Hallelujah diet. Have you ever people have heard of it? I think it's a Nigerian thing, but it's almost like a Daniel fast kind of thing. So anything that grows from the ground, it should be on your plate because it's healing to your body. If you type in on Google nutritional psychology, it will bring you'll be able to read a lot of this. Food is medicine. Exercise, 30 to 40 minutes a day for 4 to 5 days a week. And this cannot be overstated right here. Is this mine? Sorry. Water cannot be overstated. This is what anybody needs, nothing else. Water, did you know, let me just tell you some advantages, because we know water is good. But did you know that serotonin, low levels of serotonin is what causes depression? Serotonin cannot be created in your body without water. Give me a minute. Yeah, I need water. Serotonin cannot be created without water. So all of the chemicals can be created without water. So the low levels of serotonin, drink water. Drink water so that your system can begin to create what it needs. This is how you know the amount of water you need. Take your weight in pounds, because I don't know I only know pounds. So you do whatever pounds you are and divide that into 2. That is the amount of water you should be drinking every day. Usually comes out to like 4 to 5 bottles of water a day that you should be drinking. And then finally, sleep. Did I talk about that? Protect and care. Know your own triggers and warning signs. Be alert to what you expose yourself to outside of work. Set boundaries. Not everybody should have access to you. Add variety to your work. Maintain your relationships outside of work, and build self-care into your routine at work and at home. And make sure you love yourself more than your neighbor. That's because we always misinterpret that scripture. That scripture never said you should love somebody more than you. It said love your neighbor as yourself. So you have to love yourself before you're able to give to somebody. You cannot give what you don't have. If you're number 4, you can't give somebody number 10. So you better get to a number 10 so you can give somebody out of your 10. Actually, the 10 is yours, because the script that, okay, wait, just one thing. You know that scripture that says, till it's full, till it runs over. My cup runneth over. Okay, well, I have come that you might have life and have it abundantly. That means till it's full and it overflows. Guess what that is? The full cup is for you. That full cup is yours. The overflow is for others. But we get it backwards. We take out of our half full and give people out of the half full. No, take the time to fill your cup and let it run over so that you can be healing and you can give healing and restoration to the world around you. Thank you for inviting me.
We thank you very much, Professor Akidotun Merino. Thank you so much. Very, very refreshing time here this afternoon. And indeed, woo, we're better off. Can we applaud her once again? When she was reeling out all those signs and symptoms, I was like, I need a psychologist. We thank you very much, Ma. At this point in time, I'd like to let you know that we will be going for lunch any minute from now, but I quickly want to do this. I crave your indulgence. I need to recognize all those who have come with His Royal Majesty to honor this gathering. We have a sister of His Royal Majesty, Professor Princess Yinka Okubena. You're very welcome, Ma. Can we applaud her? We have Dr. Olufemi Akpanishile, Baale Idagunre. You're very welcome, sir. We also have Baale of Ilefon, Bal Ilefon, Bale Awoga. You're very welcome, sir. Now, this one is a mouthful for me. We have Otumba Ashodimeso, Otumba Kpiton Rahim. We have Otumba Boba Shetu, Otumba Fatai Atoyegbe. You're very welcome. Otumba Agbaofin, Otumba Martin Ogunleye. You're very welcome, sir. And we have Otumba Tiwalade, Otumba Adebeshi. You're very welcome, sir. High Chief O.A. Adenuga, the Lisoku of Erua Kingdom. You're very welcome. And Mr. Shegun Kajero, you're very welcome. We thank you all for being here. I must not forget to let you know that that we have a very important person just joining us. This person is an interviewer's delight anytime. He is a former Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, LASU, Professor Olanrewaju Adigunfago, SAN. We thank you. So DJ, or could I say the band, while we are having light music, we will quickly go for lunch. I will be the one to lead each table. Please, we don't want the lunch table to be clogged, so we'll take it table after table. Therefore, I will be respectfully inviting the high table and the first table here. Please, the high table and the first table here. Although Professor Fagbo is just coming, he should please join us with the first table. Professor Fagbo, this is your table, so please join and come with us for lunch at this point in Thank you. The high table and the first table here, please go for lunch now. Thank you. We can seize the opportunity of lunch being served to indeed have our photograph sessions, all our networking done.
Never seen you looking so gorgeous as you did tonight. Never seen you shine so bright. You're amazing. Never seen so many people ask if you wanted to dance. Looking for a little romance, even had the chance. I have never seen a dress you're wearing, or the highlights in your hair that catch your eyes. Yeah, been lady in red is dancing with me. The There's nobody. Just you and me. It's where I wanna be. I have been known this beauty by my side. Never forget the way you look tonight. Never forget the way you look tonight. Think I'll leave aside than that. Think I'll leave it down when you're down on your and if only you can see it too. When you're cold, out with me by your side. When you're on the outside, baby, you can't get in. I'll show you you're so much better than you know. When you're lost and you're alone and you can't get back again, I'll find you, darling, and I'll bring you home. If you want more, in no time, you'll be fine. Think I'll leave aside, baby. You know me better than that. Think I'll leave you down when you're down on your knees. I want you. I'll tell you you're right when you're wrong. And if only you can see it too. Oh, when you come out of there, all you time. Oh, when you're out of there by your side. I'll wake up see you as you leave. I see it, I feel it as you leave. When we kiss, now and then, what's your fault? me that sweetest taboo. That's why I am in love with you. You give me that, you give me that sweetest taboo. Last night I dreamt San Pedro, just like I never thought I knew the soul. Your girl, but eyes like a Pedro. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Topic on the island breeze, all the pictures round the free. This is the way I long to be. La Isla's bonita. And when the sample plays, the sun would set so high, right through my ears and make my eye was finished all about. Oh, I'm in love with San Pedro. Why we carried up the sea is sent to me. Take home, say amo. I pray that they will be they went to bed. Topic on the island breeze, all the pictures round the frame. This is where I want to be. It's nice bonita. And when the sample plays, the sun would set so bright for my ears and make my eyes turn and start by. I want to be where the sun burns the shine. When it's time for siesta, you can watch them go by. Beautiful faces, no cares in this world. When a girl loves love so good. Last night I dreamt San Pedro. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Topic over the island breeze, all the pictures round the radio. This is where I long to be. La Isla's bonita. And when the sample plays, the sun would set so high, but through my ears and still my eyes, Spanish lullaby. The island breeze, all the pictures round and free. This is where I long to be. La Isla's bonita. And when the sample plays, the sun would set so high, through my ears and sting my eyes. Spanish lullaby. I'm in chains, you're in chains too. I'm a universe, you a universe. I'm a beautiful. Don't you think so too, Mr. Taylor? I'm talking to you, Taylor. Stop calling me your prisoner. Let you is without sin, been a birth to cast no stone, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, man, you suppress all my strategies. You oppress, whoa, every part of me. But you don't know it. You're a victim too, Mr. Taylor. You don't care about my point of view. If I die, another one for you. So you treat me like a modern slave. I'm talking to you, Taylor. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let you is without sin, been a birth, cast no stone, Mr. Taylor. Oh, Mr. Taylor, man. You see, if you working in the head, stop calling me a prisoner, prisoner. That you is without sin, been a birth to cast no stone, Mr. Taylor. Whoa, I'm talking to you, Taylor. Taylor, stop calling me a prisoner. Yeah. That you is without sin, been a birth, cast no stone, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Taylor. Yeah, my baby said, I wanna be the president. I want your money from my government. What you don't know, what you won't know, what you can know. Taylor, yes, a Taylor. Be good to all, be good to all, be good to all. Somebody be good to all, be good to all, be good to all. Oh, be good to all, be good to all, be good to all, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, yeah, Started coming later and red and trouble heartbreak the day for me, but it just kept crying. Oh, scorning my face with his finger, singing my life with his word, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his word, killing me softly with his song. Don't take coffee, I like my toes on one side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. Don't take coffee, I take tea, my tea. I like my toes on one side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down Fifth Avenue, walking came down at my side, taking everywhere away. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm a lady, I'm a lady. The manners break so mad that someone say he's the hero of the day. Takes a lot to suffer, ignorance and smile, no matter what they say. Oh, I'm a lady, I'm a real lady, I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm a legal lady and I'm a Englishman in New York. and open the window curtain. So let your love come shining into our lives again. Saying, oh, it's been a long, long time. Got this message for you, girl, for you, girl, and I'm saying I was never. Still, I wanna get through to you, girl. One time, one time. I wanna give you some love. Oh, yeah, I wanna give you some good, good loving. Oh, I wanna give you some good, good loving. Turn your lights down low. Never ever try to resist. Oh no. So let your love come shining into our lives again. Saying, oh, I love you. And I want you to know right now, oh, I love you. And I want you to know right now that I want to give you some love. Oh, yeah, I want to give you some good, good love. I want to give you some good, good loving. Said I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trishtown, all observing the hypocrites as they would mingle with the good, good people. Good friends we had, good friends we loved. Along the way, in this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, don't say. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No cry. Said I remember to sit in the government town. Then don't ask God morning through the night. Oh, come and please
while we're having lunch, for those of us who came with our drivers and various aides, lunch has been provided for them at the lobby. The ushers are there. You can please give them a call to come pick their lunch at the lobby here. For those of us that came with our drivers and our aides, please can we call them to come to the lobby so that the ushers can give them lunch. Thank you.
It's time for love, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy yourself, let's have a good time tonight. It's time for love, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy yourself, let's have a good time tonight. Shake, 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 shake your body. Oh, your baby, let's have a good time tonight. Shake, 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 shake your body. Oh, yeah, baby, let's have a good time tonight. Oh, no. Baby, let's have a good time
Thank you very much, the band. And indeed, I'm sure we all had wonderful time at lunch. Therefore, we will go to the concluding part of this program, which will be the presentation of the last set of awards. The presentation of the last set of awards will be given at this point in time. We will be having the last set of awards and immediately move on to the presidential awards. The president's awardees are already here. While we're getting ready for that, can we have some very light music, please?
Exclusive to JohnBase.com.
That it's only the thrill of boy meeting girl opposites attract. It's physical, only logical. You must try to ignore that it means more than that. Oh, what's love got to do? Got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? It may seem to you that I'm acting confused when you're close to me. If I tend to look dazed, I read it someplace, I've got cause to be. There's a name for it. There's a phrase that fits. But whatever the reason, you do it for me. Oh, what's love got to do? It's got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do? Got to do with it. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
I got the problem, you got the solving, baby. Just keep loving you. No matter how much loving you give to me, baby. Just keep loving you. About the other night, so good, but what I did wasn't right. I apologize. Though I'm not sorry a bit for keeping you up all night. I must confess, it felt so good I couldn't control myself. 'Cause girl, you turned me on, and I'm sure that by now you can feel my need getting strong. 'Cause I got a problem that still needs solving. Baby, girl, I can't get enough. No matter how much loving you give to me, baby, just listen, one time just ain't enough. Precious, I need a lifetime of your stuff. And I realize you got responsibilities, and that you can't spend all your time with me.
Around the world and I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know why he's gone away, and I don't know where he can be, my baby. But I'm gonna find him. We had a quarrel, and I let myself go. I said so many things he didn't know, and I was so bad. I don't think he's coming back. He gave the reasons he should go, and he said things he hadn't said before, and he was so mad. And I don't think he's coming back, coming back. I did too much lying, wasted too much time. Now I'm here and crying. Around the world, I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know why he's gone away, and I don't know where he can be.
Everything was done, oh yeah. All of a sudden, on came the lights, and everything was feeling right. The people started dancing. They called me over to join in. They said, JT, don't you feel good, man?
Okay, DJ, can you bring it down a little bit? Thank you. And now we move on to the next set of awards at this event. And for this segment, Bell in the Cart, I will invite Professor Mrs. Titilayo Aderibigbe to please come forward to give out the next award. Please applaud her as she comes forward to do us the honor of presenting the next award. And the award recipient is none other than Mrs. Olufumilayo Olushola Niyi. Can we please applaud her?
The good stuff. Who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna get my love. Now because you wear all those fancy clothes. Oh yeah. And have a big fine car. Oh yes you do.
Class of distinction. It is my pleasure to give this award to my very good friend, Mrs. Olufumilayo Olushola Niyi. And it is for the distinguished
performance has been the first legal advisor of a federal government-owned company from our class of distinctions. Congratulations, my sister. God bless you.
When they try to keep you happy, they just try to keep you satisfied. Tell me.
Award is going to the vice president of this great association. And to present that award, I'd like to call Mrs. Olayemi Ajayi. Mrs. Olayemi Ajayi, please come forward to do us the honor. And to receive the award on behalf of Honorable Justice Olajumoke Idowu Aiki is the president of the association himself, Caleb Arogundade Esquire.
I'd like to present this award to Honorable Justice Olajumoke Aiki, retired but not tired. Unfortunately, she's not in our midst today, but our able president is going to receive the award on her behalf. Please extend our greetings to her. We miss her and we feel we miss her in our midst, and extend our greetings to her wherever she is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the president.
Let me just add that the award is being presented to her as the first female judge from this class of distinction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to invite Mrs. Jumoke Nwadueke. When I don't want to tell you who wrote it because you might not believe me. And just let's leave it at that. But please bear with me. Mrs. Jumoke Nwachuku, please can we applaud her as she comes out to give out the next award. And it is an award. Please, ma'am, you stay here. Thank you. Given to Mrs. Oluwatoyin Babalola. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Babalola. I understand her very good friend is here to receive it on her behalf.
On behalf of the class of distinction, I'm pleased to present this award to one of us, our esteemed Mrs. Olutoyin Babalola. We are happy and glad that she's one of us and she's doing us proud in her endeavor. So, on behalf of the class, can you have present this to you?
So fine, helps to read my mind. Sexual healing.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jumoke Nwachuku. And I'd like to call on Miss Ona Peters to please come forward to give us the help give out the next award. Just please.
And the the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in
It's
my
Miss
mind.
Peters.
When I
We're waiting
take
for her.
some time, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try.
So DJ, take it down a little bit so that she can hear her name. Miss Honor Peters, please can you come forward to give out the next award? And she will be giving out the next award to Kola Adedamola Esquire. He's not here, but I understand he's here. Kola Adedamola Esquire.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two.
So, Dr. Odushote, could you please step forward to collect it on behalf of Kola Adedamola? Can we please applaud her?
On behalf of co-director of law school. First, okay, on behalf of Unife class of 1987 Association, the class of distinction, would like to present this award to Mr. Kola Adedamola, who was the first director law school from this class of this. Give him a round of applause. Congratulations, Amog.
Thank you very much. And the next award is going to be presented Alali Tamuno. Thank you very much, ma'am. She will be presenting the award to Mrs. Olutola Omotola. And who will be receiving it on her behalf? Okay, she's here. Okay. She's Mrs. Olutola Omotola.
Good afternoon. It is a distinct honor and pleasure to present this award to my sister, dear Tola. This award is the Law Class of 1987 Association. Class award is presented to, drum roll, Ms. Tola as first executive director of a bank in this class of distinction.
Thank you very much and congratulations, Mrs. Olutola Omotola. The next award will be presented by Olori Kemi Aderemi. Oh, she just stepped out. The next, therefore, I'll call Mrs. Folusho Adeyemi Shikwe. Thank you very much, ma. You will do us the honor of presenting to Professor Babafemi Odunsi. And the president will collect it on his behalf. The first dean of law from this class of distinction. Thank you.
On behalf of the class of distinction, Unife Law 87, I have the pleasure of handing over this award to you. On behalf of Femi Odunsi, wish you well.
Professor Femi Odunsi happens to be the first dean, University Law Faculty from this class of distinction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And the next award will be presented by the Chairman Planning Committee of the 35th Post-Graduation Anniversary and Reunion Celebration, Sonny Awonuga Esquire. He'll do us the honor of presenting, and he will be presenting to a pillar of this association, Alhaji Ahmed Raji S.A.N. It's Mrs. Robert Enukwero. Mr. Robert Enukwero, are you around, sir? No. Okay, he is.
Yes, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman in question, Alhaji Ahmed Raji, has been a fantastic pillar to this class. I'm sorry if I have to breach protocol, I will. He gave us the sum of 2 million naira. And to use my usual language, he saved our blushes when we ceaselessly. And that is why, apart from the fact that he's getting an award from the class, and later you still see his name again on the president's award. He has had a lot of firsts. Baba Adini, I think it's down. And like I said, he has lived by example. He's always into philanthropy, and charity begins at home. He has been wonderful to the class. But this particular award, we are giving him as the first resident electoral commissioner of INEC to be so appointed. So I have the honor of presenting his award to Robert Emekweru-san. We call them 5 and 6. Unfortunately, 6 is not here, but I think 5 will be more than qualified to receive the award. Thank you. Yes.
I'm glad to receive this on behalf of Raji, and to also observe that even after the age of 60, Raji went back to school and has just graduated with MSc in taxation from the Oxford University, London.
Congratulations to the graduate. We celebrate him and we say thank you to him. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the last award in this category is one that touches the heart, and it's a posthumous award. And to give out that award, I'd like to call on Reverend Pieces to give out this last posthumous award. Can we please applaud as she comes forward? And of course, the President, Caleb Arugundade Esquire, will receive it on his behalf. The award is going to His Excellency Afolabi Iyonton of blessed memory.
Well, I'm honored that I would be called up. My wonderful, great Ife co-law graduates. I was also in Ife, studied law 2 years ahead of you. So it's my pleasure, it's my joy, and it's my privilege to present this award
on behalf of the class of 1987. God bless you. Thank you.
Incidentally, His Excellency Afolabi Inyoton happened to be the first deputy governor of this class in Ondo State, from the class of distinction. But unfortunately, he passed on as a result of injuries sustained in an auto accident, several years back. So this award is being presented on his behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's now time for the President's Award. And the President is going to be standing all through the award. There are just 6 of them, so I'm sure it's not going to be too much stress for Mr. President. To give out this first one, I'd like to respectfully invite none other than the President will be presenting all that the Presidential Award. And the first recipient, like we had been told a few minutes ago by Sonny Awonuga Esquire, that his name is going to come up again. Please can we put our hands together for Alhaji Ahmed Adeniyi Raji SAN. Mr. Robert, you're needed here to receive this award on his behalf. Can we please applaud him as he steps forward?
I want to say that this aspect of presentation, that is the Presidential Award, has been subjectively put together, by the President, and for various reasons. I just feel that I should clarify that. And for Alhaji Ahmed Raji Adeniyi, this award is being presented to him for his outstanding support to the class of distinction. So on behalf of Alhaji, I want to present it to Mr. Robert Emupero, who also is a senior advocate of Nigeria.
The second award recipient is Olatunde Olunoti Adejuigbe, SAN, the encyclopedia himself. Please applaud him some more. Applaud him some more.
Yeah, before I present this award, I just want to say 1 and 2 things, about Mr. Olatunde Olunoti Adejuigbe, son. We call him the encyclopedia, of the class. If you call on him anytime, in fact, Professor Mrs. Akintola was asking of Shade Kazim. I said, please ask Tunde. I just told her, I said, please ask Tunde that even if you need her address, phone number, and everything, if she's still alive, Tunde will provide it. And but away from that, this award is being presented to him for his outstanding support, to the class. Over the weekend, last weekend, I was at Ikoti City in Ekiti. Yes. Where we were putting together a program in form of Thanksgiving for our elderly brother. And when people started talking about him that, oh, he has done this, he has done that. And when he wanted to respond, he said he couldn't have done all those things, you know, without the support of those of you who are even clapping for him, that it was not something that he was able to accomplish on his own. And like I always tell Mr. Adejuigbe, that I'm not used to mincing words and at the same time not patronizing. But today has been a blessing, you know, to us in the class and even to mankind in general, because it is only probably what you don't ask from him. That's why he may decide probably not to be seen as a prognosing. But the moment you let him into your affairs and you ask, just biblically, as far as he is concerned, you shall receive. And well, I hope that another opportunity that will be presented with another opportunity to actually celebrate Tunde, you know, in the right manner. But for today, for his outstanding support to the class, I have this award for you.
Congratulations, the encyclopedia. George of the cover, you are blessed. Congratulations. Congratulations. While photographs are going on, I'd like to invite the third. Okay, we should just hold on to give him that honor. Congratulations. Congratulations. The next award is going to none other than Olale Adebi Esquire, and to receive on his behalf is Olatunde Oluwati Adejuigbe, SAN.
This presidential award to Mr. Olubiyi, popularly known as a senator, because some people don't even know his name. They only know him as a senator in the class. And it's a senator that has ever been to the Senate anyway. And I mean, just like some other individuals, you know, in the class too, Mr. Olaleye Adebiyi, senator, has also been very, very supportive, you know, for the class. Very, very supportive. And the ESCO, the magnitude, you know, of support that we have been receiving from him. And it is in that regard that we are presenting this award to him too. And Mr. Olatunde Adejuigbe will be collecting it on his behalf.
The next award is going to a woman. Please applaud with me, Dr. Alali Tamuno.
Let us make a friend, someone say. He's a hero. Takes the magic of moments and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say.
Dr. Alali Tamuno does not need any introduction, so I don't even have to say one or two. Not to talk of one and two, like I did in the case of Tunde Adejuigbe. But let me just say that Alali has been discovered as a workaholic. even from her base in the US, it was like, in fact, when I look at the composition of our class, the ESCO of our class, it was as if they were divinely put together. And Alali, anything that pertains to the welfare of the members of the class, she has been very, very concerned and took them as if they affected her, personally. And it is in recognition of that we are presenting this award to her for her diasporians relationships.
I'd like to let us know that there will be a group photograph, especially with those from the diaspora, with members of the ESCO after this awards segment. And the next award will be going to Olakunleyin Nojimdeen Olagoke. Can we applaud him?
I don't even know what to say. Because anyway, I have told our MC that if she wants everything in this hall to, after our response to this, that she should not call on Lord Denny today. Because the whole hall, will be scattered, with grammatical bullets. So this presidential award is being presented to Mr. Nojim Olakunleyin, popularly known as Lord Denny. Because just like Senator, so people don't even know his name other than Lord Denny for his platform's bombastic missiles. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the last award in this category is going to Mr. Rotimi Ojo. Mr. Rotimi Ojo. And the award will be received on behalf of Mr. Rotimi Ojo by the chairman of the planning committee, Sonny Awonuga Esquire. Can we please applaud him?
Distinguished members of the class of distinction, this presidential award is being presented to Mr. Rotimi Ojo. For those who are very conversant with our platform, Rotimi Ojo is one of those members who are as constant as the Northern Star. And they make the platform, lively and vibrant. Personally, I refer to some members who just watch. Because if you think that members don't read what you post on the platform, it's a lie. Because WhatsApp has now done it in such a way that when you post a material on the platform, there is a way of finding out how many people who have actually read and those who have not read. So people actually read what is posted on the platform. I've been enjoining some people that they should not reduce themselves into monitoring spirits. Don't just be monitoring what we are doing on the platform. Try and be part of us. As a result of making the platform to be very, very vibrant, this award was put together and it is now being presented to Mr. Rotimi Ojo, who is unavoidably absent, at this event today. And the award will be collected on his behalf by Mr. Sani Awonuga, our able PRO. Thank you very much.
President, before you leave, I told you that we're going to take photographs and all of that.
Sorry, before the picture, please, you see, the awards, like I said earlier on, there is no perfection in humanity. And just like it happened last year, when some people were inadvertently left out of the awards, I have in our midst someone who ordinarily, should have been included in the award. It was Mr. Ajayi Owosheni who was bringing that to my attention during the course of this program. That that class member has been a member of the House of Representatives on 3 different occasions. And for today, I just want Honorable Muraino Ajibola to stand up for recognition. At a later date, I promise by the grace of God that he is going to be presented with his own plaque. So thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, there's still other things that will be done. And at this point in time, I'd like to invite members of the ESCO to please come forward. So can we have Mrs. Alali? Okay, please, Ma, can you come forward? Thank you very much. Thank you. Now you'll be wondering what is going on. She will be able to explain better what is happening here. Mrs. Alani Terminal.
Thank you very much. Do you mind holding? Class of distinction. Class of distinction. It is a distinct honor, pleasure to recognize in front of everyone the servant leadership of our class EXCO president. He is a humble man. He is dependable. I call it, luckily we're in pretty much the same time zone. So if something comes to my mind, I call him. Even if he's busy, he will take my call. He will listen. Not only does he listen, he actually acts on everything you ask him to do. And he does, his humility is what is so impressive about our class president. He's a man of few words, but very potent. Very extremely hardworking behind the scenes. And he keeps the EXCO vibrant, but he also listens. He gives everyone an opportunity to be part of the decision making. I can go on, but I'm just giving you a little snippet about the man that stands here in front of you. He's a good man. I am honored to be under an exco with him at the helm. And I'm sure I speak for all the members of the exco when we say that. We have meetings and he draws everyone in, contribute. He doesn't lord it over any one of us. We are equal partners with him in the exco. It has been a great privilege working under him. Mr. President, I speak on behalf of all the exco members here, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of the class when I say thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for this exco and for this class. The class of distinction, your leadership has been extremely honorable. I thank you.
Thank you.
We are so, as Juni just said, we are so proud of you. The Law Class of 87 Association, otherwise known as Class of Distinction, presents this award by members of the Executive Committee of the Association to the one and only Presido Chairman, everything. We present this to Mr. Caleb Sunday Arogundade Esquire for his exemplary leadership as the pioneer president of the Class of Distinction. This 19th day of November 2022. Mr. President, I give this to you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please may I call on members of the exco to have a quick group photograph with the president. Just a quick one, please. Exco members, your attention is needed. Thank you.
Please, can the ESCO members come up very quickly? And thereafter, we will move on to the next item. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. You know, okay, he says he needs to respond on behalf and himself alone.
I am overgasted and flabbergasted. I mean, like I said earlier on, I mean, this is a coup, you know, that has been planned, you know, behind my back by the members of ESCO on behalf of the Class of Distinction. You said earlier, the Ngbati people, they will say, I saw uniform man. So when you call somebody 4-man, it's an exaggeration. Like my daddy at Ipoti City said last week Sunday. Yes, when we were telling him that, oh, it was this, it was that, you know, taking care of the family, doing this, did that. And he responded by saying that he couldn't have done all those things, you know, without the support of some members of the family. Likewise, I want to say, I've always been saying it, that the kind of ESCO that we have, in all honesty, I'm not used to words. I say things, you know, the way they are. This is the first time that I'm working with the kind of collection, you know, that I have now. I'm very proud of every one of them. Because even as a build-up towards this program, we now had to be meeting as regularly as possible. And they were never tired. I've never seen that, kind of people. You call them at the shortest notice and they will answer. Sometimes, even when we say that, oh, the meeting will not last more than 1 hour or 2 hours, and we exceed that time, they are still ready to continue. So in other words, because I promised the MC that I won't spend more than 1 minute, and I've just spent half a minute. In other words, it's not about the president, sort of. It's about the kind of people. The Ngbati people, they will say, so it is the kind of people that I have behind me. They are not the kind of you know, when the members of ESCO, when they tell Caleb, when they say, Majolo, I don't need to look at my back because I know they are there. When they ask me to go, I just go. Why? Because I know that the back is already taken care of. So I'm very grateful for the kind of people. Our class is not a class of distinction, you know, by us. Our class is a class of distinction to all intents and purposes. For instance, if you look at somebody like Professor Fagbon, some people will even be talking about him without even knowing that I know him. That what he was doing at Lagos State University as a vice chancellor. And when you start hearing things like that, and someone, the Ngbati people, sorry, not say that my way is too much. They used to say that so when they start talking about him, that oh, he has done this, he has done that, you know, this and that, just like a Gadi Jebu, so and so many like that. You know, at times when I read about Muraina Ajibola, I read that about Sani Emeyese, Honorable Chris, Raji, you know, and so many like that. You know, I mean, I feel highest elated, not highly elated. You know, and you know when I you know, even KS too, KSN. You know, Kemi Santos and DLE. You know, when I read about, you know, her escapades too, you know, in Uganda and everything, and I just discovered that this class, you know, there is something that is very special, you know, about us. Please, I just want to enjoin every one of us. It's our class. Please let us all try and do everything humanly possible, you know, to put in our best. To the monitoring spirits among us on the platform, please, I want you to stop monitoring what we are doing. Please participate, be part of what is going on. And another thing is that there is no perfection in humanity. In fact, there was a time when Jesus Christ was referred to as being good. And the man, look, there is nobody that is good anywhere except God. And we are not God. So you cannot expect us to be perfect. It's not possible. And instead of saying one or two things behind the scene, please call on any one of us. Like today, like I was saying, Ojayo Wisheni was the one who came to me, and I said, oh, sorry, but I didn't know, you know, about Muraina, Honorable Muraina, Ajibola. I mean, so there are some people like that, that of Professor Tony Akintola last year too was an omission. And somebody pointed that to us. Instead of, you know, I mean, they could have chosen to be talking behind the scene and whatever. Anyway, I'll spend 3/4 of a minute. So the last quarter, I just want to say that I appreciate, you know, every one of us. this coup, I mean, just took me by surprise. You know, there was a man who was at a function and they didn't tell him that he was going to pray, you know, and they just called him. And when the man held the mic, he just said, "O come, coup. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen."
Thank you, sir. Please can we applaud the president? Now, we're going to do two things very quickly. The first is take brief remarks, and I crave his indulgence to just keep it within 2-3 minutes. The Dean of Law, Lagos State University, LASU, Professor Olagunju. Just 2-3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm going to spend 1 minute. In that 1 minute, please, ladies and gentlemen, great people, everywhere I've gone, I've never come into this audience in my life, 35 years. Please, let me first of all invite the executive members of our association. Caleb, you are the president now. Caleb Arogudade, please come. Please invite all the other executive members of our association.
Mr. Olatunde Adejuigbe, SAN, Dr. Olali Tamruno, Mr. Sonny Awonuga, Mrs. Jumake Washuku, Auntie Turayo Egbe, she's left. Okay. I learned that, where is Jumake, please? Okay. I learned that other members of the ESCO are on their way. So they are coming to join us.
Thank you, my president. I don't know, just a few members, if you give me permission to also invite them before I just give the vote of thanks. They said I should just go 1 or 2 things. Professor Fagbon. Professor and Mrs. Fagbon, please come on stage. I have my reasons. Oh, Ladips. Hey, deep block. Mrs. Fagbon, Professor and Mrs. Fagbon. Dr. Mrs. Olagunju. I would just want to say one thing before Mrs. Stella, Dr. Stella Olagunju. I want to say one thing. You see, it's not every time that we have this kind of opportunity. Once in a while, can I have your attention, please? Oh, Ajayi Owoseni, Jeko Wole, Ajayi Owoseni, Jeko Wole, Jeko Wole. If you please, can you come on stage? I can't call everybody. Please forgive me. I'm going to say 1 or 2 things. It's not every time that we have this kind of thing together. I'm very sure that at the stage in which we all are, we've produced children and grandchildren. But there's one thing I want to say. I know that about 12, my president saved me 10 or 12 years ago when he put up the group. Sir, where did you put up this group? WhatsApp group, our class?
Precisely on the 3rd of August of 2015.
When he put up this group, it was like, I said, what did you put up. And I was trying to say, reach out to everybody. I'm very sure that this, our group, is the first of its kind that we're able to pull everybody together to come and celebrate this kind of thing in our lives. We are getting old, 55, going to 60. Well, I appreciate every one of you coming here this evening. I know you have a schedule. You may not come, but I know that somebody arrived from the United States. Somebody arrived from all over the place, Kenya and whatever, this morning, and they came. And I have to appreciate everyone. But I just pulled out this group to represent all of us. And one thing I want all of us to do is this. When you stand up to appreciate the people who represent you, not just Caleb. Ewa. I know. You can bring one other person, a female.
Have you seen? Okay, Kabiyesi is with me.
Kabiyesi is with him. I want all of us to stand up. Because after this, we're all going home. I want us to appreciate the executives for putting this together. For Caleb, our president, Caleb Arogunda, I know that you have come all the way. You are not the only one. Alali is there. You are here. They came with a lot of people. He's been planning this thing for almost 2 years. What did we have in 2020? That thing that stopped all of us from going around the world. COVID. He called me COVID. I said, we will still have it. I want us to appreciate all of them. It is not easy. They made me the chairman of that our voting, Electoral Commission. I declined. We came back again. And we did it. This one we are all doing is an appreciation of the fact that we put people, we voted them. Caleb led them. He put up the group, executives. I also want to appreciate Sonny. We can't have all these without all these people. We put people to serve us, and I want all of us to appreciate them. It is good to appreciate ourselves. Otherwise, we won't have this kind of gathering. I also thank all of you for coming from all over the world, for standing this night to be able to do all this together. Caleb, I thank you, and I thank everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Kabiyesi. Thank you. Owo.
Please, before we leave, let's quickly have the group photograph. Esco with Kabiyesi. I had all the chiefs from everyone. Please, can you join? And let's quickly have the photograph. And then start the Esco with the members from the diaspora. Please come and join Kabiyesi. Please come and join Kabiyesi. And after this, we'll take members from the diaspora. Men from the diaspora. Please don't let just keep Kabesi standing. Let's quickly take that photograph, please. Let's quickly take the photograph.
Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your
Thank you. Thank you. Kabesi, we thank you. All the ballers and all the chiefs from everyone, we thank you. ESCO and members in the diaspora, can you quickly come forward? ESCO, please don't go yet. Let's take this photograph. All those from all over the world, please quickly join.
It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world. Come on! It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's all right.
The band, can we have music? The planning committee with the ESCO. Can we have you? Planning committee with the ESCO. Planning committee with the ESCO. The planning committee with the ESCO. The planning committee with the ESCO. Very important, please. Mr. Deepa, we're waiting for you, please. Thank you. The band, can we have music at this point? Okay, before the band takes over, can you please charge your glasses as we will be moving the toast? Okay, we'll take pictures group after group. All members of the association, please come forward for the photograph. All members, please. All members, please. The band, let's have the music while the photographs are going on. Please let us have the photographs taken.
Jeremy, I want you to love me. Jeremy, baby, yo. Kilote, oh. Why you know they call me? Kilote, baby, yo. I give you singing now, so you know the same I give you great like to tire. I'm a killer babu.
Please let us quickly take the photographs before we start the dance. Please let us quickly take the photographs before we start dancing. Thank you.
Me, I want to be alive. Oh, baby, call me later. Oh, yeah, Kera, go get that food. distinction. You don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to date, yeah.
Let's have this photograph taking place.
When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good. Go oh, let me see you. Oh, lo, 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 let me see you. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Go down, let me see you. Go let me see you. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Go down, let me see you. Go lo, lo, lo. Go lo, lo, lo. Go down, let me see you. Go, let me see you.
Please let's have the photograph taken before we take to the dance floor.
I don't come this life to suffer. If I follow politicians, they go here and for paper. They go call them prostitution. Who don't like enjoyment? If money day for pocket, shaping our national budget. We go blow like trumpet. Go to back, go to back, go to back, go to back, go to. Go to back, go to guru, go to back, go to back, go to. Go to back, go to back, go to back, go to back, go to. Go to guru, go to back, go to back, go to back, go to. Oh, your darling, I'm watching you. Something you can move. You come to start solid. Money you know what for. Bad commando.
Thank you.
You carry on the love.
Thank you.
Nowadays,
So, so we can take to the dance floor at this point in time.
Assalamu alaikum.
Abuja diaspora wants to take a photograph. Abuja diaspora, quickly. Abuja diaspora. Abuja diaspora.
Let me see to patient make I know do. Baby, you shall come on, you can't body me, my desire. Thank you. Don't they notice I'm not so okay. If you ask them know. So see, I've been writing the story. Let me OG. Them know me, glory. Music chose me, just know this and know me. I'm dead low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wipe me restore. Now the love way I see now you make me believe I become the boy I've seen now. Pero body you leave over. Thank the Lord that they go far. Must have foot but I did car. Shana someone to me in the cheetah. But that's not love me to go back. Meet them for the karashika. They never see me coming. Da 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 da. Oh, coming. The one is coming. They go for me, shave me style money. walked upon the sea. You raised the dead. You really majesty. You're the mighty God. Happy all everything written about you is great. Oh yes, so see what to suffer. You are great. You are great. You are great. You are great. Oh, you are great. You are. Oh yeah. You are great. Everything written about you is great. Oh, Dana, who is greater than Jehovah, Lord divine? There is no Ọlọ́run tóbi, Ọlọ́run bàbá, Ọlọ́run tóbi, Ọlọ́run bàbá, ayé ò bá mọ́, ó fọ̀run ṣe pé ọ̀run ò bá mọ́. Ọlọ́run tó tóbi, Ọlọ́run bàbá, Ọlọ́run tó tóbi, Ọlọ́run bàbá, ó dáná àná wa ti sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ ṣeun o, òní sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ ṣeun o, bóyá ọ̀la mi á sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ ṣeun o. Ìjìnlẹ̀ nínú ìjìnlẹ̀, ẹ ṣeun o. Bóyá ọ̀nà mi ti sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ ṣeun o. Òní mi ti sọ̀rọ̀. Ọ̀la sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ ṣeun o. Ìjìnlẹ̀ nínú ìjìnlẹ̀, bóyá sọ wí pé ìjìnlẹ̀ nínú ẹ ṣeun. Ìjìnlẹ̀ nínú ìjìnlẹ̀, ẹ ṣeun o. Ìjìnlẹ̀ nínú ìjìnlẹ̀, ẹ ṣeun o. Ìjìnlẹ̀ so much honey, the bees and the bees. I got a sweeter song, yeah, than the birds in the trees. Yeah, I guess you'd say what's can make me feel this way. My girl, my girl, my girl, talk about my girl, my girl. I'm on fire, so on fire, feeling hot, hot, hot. Party people all around me, feeling hot, hot, hot. Let's go. What you do on a night like this? Music sweet, I can resist. We need a party song from the mental down. Come on, so we go roll, 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 roll. Yeah. You roll, 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 roll. Come on now. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Everybody, feeling hot, hot, hot. Turn around. Come on. Oh. Say ole, 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 ole. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Say people jumping, say people dancing, feeling hot, hot, hot. Party people all around me, feeling hot, hot, hot. Yes, in the air, celebration time. Great music, captivate your mind. We need a party song from the mental town. So we go roll, 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 roll. Roll, roll, roll. Ooh, yeah. Come on now. Yeah. Clock strikes upon and the sun begins to fade. Still not enough time to figure it out, how to chase my blues away. I had it up right up till now. The light of the day still shows me how. When the night falls, loneliness falls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves somebody who, somebody who, somebody who loves me. Yeah. Somebody who, somebody who, to hold me in the dark. I need a man who take a chance. Love this heart out enough to last. When the night falls, loneliness falls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody. Oh, me kwalaka o me oso eh. Oh, me kwalaka o me oso eh. Oh, me kwalaka o me oso eh. You did. Oh, yeah, Jesus, let me money. I sing, oh, me kwalaka o me oso eh. Oh, me kwalaka o me oso eh. Oh, me even the devil knows. Say not true. Oh. I serve a living God, oh, everybody know. Say now you the red, oh. I serve a living God, oh, even the devil knows. Say not true, oh, not true, not true, not true. Oh. I serve a living God, oh, everybody know. Oh yeah, Jehovah, now you the red, oh. Jehovah, now the red, oh. Jehovah, now you the red, oh. I didn't even say now you the red, oh. Oh yeah, Jehovah, now you the red, oh. Katrina, thank you. Jehovah, Jehovah, oh yeah, Jehovah, I sing it, Jehovah, oh yeah, Jehovah, 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 oh yeah, sorry, ọba lórí ayé. Elédùmarè, ọba mi tó jáde nílé tó kù nílé. Ó yẹ wá máa sọ wípé Ọlọ́run tó lágbára, oṣù bàrẹ̀ máa rẹ̀. Ọlọ́run tó lágbára, oṣù bàrẹ̀ máa rẹ̀. Thank you, man. Oh, yeah, say Jehovah Ray. We say Jehovah Ray. Thank you. Oh, yeah, say Jehovah Ray. Thank you. Jehovah Ray. Oh, yeah, you are lifted up. You are lifted up. Oh, yeah, you are lifted up. Yeah. Oh, yeah, say, mo dúpẹ́, orí àdúgbà. Mo dúpẹ́, orí àdúgbà. Torí kì í ṣe gbogbo ènìyàn lórí àdúgbà. Mo dúpẹ́, orí àdúgbà. Mo dúpẹ́, orí àdúgbà o. Torí kì í ṣe gbogbo ènìyàn lórí àdúgbà. Ó yẹ mo wá dúpẹ́ o, réyà tọdúnmọ́dún. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore à tóṣùmọ́ṣù. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore yìí gbà gbogbo. Èmi náà rè é Olúwa. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore à tọdúnmọ́dún. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore à tóṣùmọ́ṣù. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore yìí gbà gbogbo. Èmi náà rè é. Ó yá never knew you will honor me this way. I never knew you will honor me this way. I never knew you will honor me this way. Honor me this way. Thank you, Jesus. I never knew you will honor me this way. I never knew you will honor me this way. I never knew you will honor me this way. Honor me this way. Thank you, Jesus. I say, I didn't know you will honor me this way. I didn't know you will honor me this way. I never knew you will honor me this way. Honor me this way. Thank you, Jesus. Oh yeah, I am a father that we never fail. I am a father that we never ever fail. Jesus is my father that we never ever fail. Never ever fail. Thank you. I say, I am a father that we never ever fail. I am a father, he will never ever fail. Jesus is my father, he will never ever fail me. Rock of ages, never ever. All of the to me. All of the Baba. All of the to me. All of the Baba. Oh yeah, aye o Baba. Oh for the shame to pay. Oh Baba. Oh Fayesha. Oh see it say. All of the to me. All of the Baba. Oh yeah, all of the okay. Oh, you carry me to go. I said, carry me to go, to go. Oh, you carry me to go. I said, carry me to go, my husband's house. Where is Alaji? Alaji, this one is for you. Wọ́n máa bá sálátù ránṣẹ́ o. Wọ́n máa bá sálátù ránṣẹ́. Wọ́n máa bá sálátù ránṣẹ́ o. Wọ́n máa bá sálátù ránṣẹ́. Nígbà tá ò tẹ́wọ́n àjọ, a ò tẹ́wọ́n àjọ. A ò tẹ́wọ́n àjọ tẹ̀lé. Àwọn máa bá sálátù ránṣẹ́. Ẹni títí ẹ ti jóná, kò ní kó náà má ti wá. Aláwọ̀ mú wá mí, aláwọ̀ mú wá mí, aláwọ̀ mú wá mí, aláwọ̀ mú wá mí. Ẹni títí ẹ ti jóná, kò ní kó náà má ti wá. Aláwọ̀ mú wá mí, aláwọ̀ mú wá mí, aláwọ̀ mú wá mí, aláwọ̀ mú wá mí. Ẹni títí ẹ ti jóná, kò ní kó. Thank you. Oya wa motirireka, 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 motirire. Special gratitude to the class of distinction. Unife, Terrible Entertainment. Thank you so much. Oya sọ wípé ògo ló jí mi lóru àná. Ògo ló jí mi lóru òní. Oya ògo ti yẹ 10 terabyte. Àwọn ọ̀tá mi wọ́n ń kejì. Ògo ti yẹ 10 terabyte. Kí ló wí sọ bẹ́ẹ̀? Ọ̀tá mi wọ́n ń kejì. Oya wo ẹ wò wọ́n ò lógo láyé. Fẹ́sọ̀ fẹ́ lógo lọ́run. Àwọn tó pàṣẹ ìtẹrímọ̀ wọn ò lógo láyé. Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ lógo lọ́run? Ògo tí wọ́n 10 terabyte. Ògo tí 10 terabyte. Tàwọn ọ̀tá yẹn wọ́n kejì. Ògo tẹ́lẹ̀. láyé. Báwo lọ ṣe fẹ́ lóko láwọn, ó yá sọ wípé. Ìgbà kan, 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 ìgbà kan lèmi sùn lè máa dání. Ó ṣe Ọlọ́run, ò gbójú mi jẹ́. Ṣé ilé wáyé mi ni? 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 Ọ̀gá wa, ọ̀gá wa, ọ̀gá wa, tẹlifọ̀, ṣáláàtì, ọ̀gá wa, Unife, ọ̀gá wa, ọ̀gá wa, ọ̀gá wa, ọ̀gá wa, Chancellor, Unife, Lásùkọ́, ọ̀gá wa, ọ̀gá wa, ó yá èmi dẹ̀ tí ojú rere rẹ̀ o. Ètùmàrè ti ṣẹ́gun fún mi. Mo tẹ̀lé bàbá. Bàbá mi kọ́ ṣe mí lógo. Àdúrà tí mo gbà ọ́ nínú.